Good morning, good afternoon, 44 Trading Room. Hi, everyone. Welcome, team. Clifton, Scott. Nice to see everyone after a very long weekend. I hope everyone had a beautiful Thanksgiving with your loved ones, with the family, and ready for December trading. Guys, we just stepped in the last months of after the strongest months of the year so far. Hi, Chris. Good morning to you. Please just let me know if the sound is not okay. Hopefully it's okay and not too loud. Hi, Scott V. Hi, Guidance Room Traders. Nice to see everyone. Hi, Dor. Okay, so actually, traders, November just word as the strongest months so far for the year. Who knows what Santa is going to get us, right, in December? But seems like that this strong November, it's going to be just the start of the nice green stripe, because even the SPY, you will just see in a second, um, made a small pullback in pre-market, but after that it's just did a huge recovery actually. So it's back almost to the um, gap fill of the pre-market, as you can see. And Friday, which was a very much shortened trading day of the last trading day as well of November, is just get a new all-time high on the Dow Jones and the S&P 500. As you can see, even the SPY just made a new all-time high on Friday, and like that, the new all-time high on the SPY, it's 603 and 35. So let's see whether today we can see an even bigger numbers here. So far seems like that the Thanksgiving was a great week, even a shortened week, but just got new all-time highs on the market. This week is the first week of December. Santa Claus rally, it's coming also. I think this rally it's already actually on, and let's see if it can be stretched through December. Today, though, we will get some economic news. One is out already. I'm just checking my Forex Factory. Final services PMI, final manufacturing PMI, it's out. Let me just check it. And one more at 10 o'clock, and two speeches coming as well later on. So today it's Monday, the 2nd of December. Final manufacturing PMI is out, actually, 9:45 is going to be out. And 10 o'clock ISM manufacturing PMI, ISM manufacturing prices, and construction spending traders. So I think the 10 o'clock news, it's especially an important one, and it can move the market. So let's be aware of that. Especially be careful, because this is really a long weekend. On Friday, as you can see, the volume, it was quite lower, which is not a big surprise, as the market was open only until 1 p.m. And that's why I'm expecting quite of a volatile start of the day, especially for the first 30 minutes. And after the 30 minutes, at 10 o'clock, we will get the economic news. 3:15, just 45 minutes before the close, FOMC member Waller going to speak, and 4:30 after the market close, FOMC member Williams going to speak. So this is going to be the big happening for today. Also for the week overall, I must tell you, no huge news, except of the labor market news, of course. Like Wednesday, we will get the ADP non-farm employment change, which is important, I would say. ISM services PMI, final services PMI coming still. 1:45, Fed Chair Powell speaks. Might this can move the market on Wednesday. Tuesday, not too much. Thursday, the usual unemployment claims, trade balance, and Friday is the big day for the labor market news, especially with the non-farm employment change and the unemployment rate, plus Bauman speech, inflation expectation, consumer sentiment, Goolsbee speaks, Henmax speaks. So lots of happening on Wednesday and especially on Friday. And the market a bit, let's call it like aware of that. As I just read in the news, this is going to be a quite of a reality check for the overall market. I mean the Fridays job data, because if it's going to get weaker than expected, then the Federal Reserve next rate decision is going to depend on that data actually. So Friday, especially Friday, all eyes on Friday. Labor market news. Hi, Lee. Good morning to you. I hope you had a beautiful long weekend. Martins, good afternoon. I hope you too. Okay, guys. And overall, I hope everyone had a beautiful green now November, not just the indices. We just made a huge run in November, actually. And the Nasdaq Composite advanced 6.24%, just some numbers here, 5.23% on the SPY, and Dow climbed 7.54% only in November, guys. That's a crazy, crazy big move. By the way, if you are interested in the yearly numbers, 32% for December. For 2024, surpassing 24.2 growth recorded in 2023. So far, the 2024 year, it's a record on this bullish sentiment on the market. Well, let's see if it's going to hold until or last until the year end, which is getting close, guys. Yes, great weekend. Just very, very quick here. Oh yeah, I've heard that there is some emergency issue now because of the snow, like in Pennsylvania, in New York, around Michigan, actually, as far as I remember from the news. So, guys, I hope you are in safe. It's definitely, I've seen somewhere like 70 centimeters or snow just get that. Oh, it's unbelievable. I mean, we have winter, in the winters, we have snow as well, but not like 1 meter high. So I hope you are okay, everyone. Michael, I'm sure you are okay there on Hawaii. SMCI, yes, I'm going to watch it. Itai, what happened to Mayer? Listen, Mayer enjoying life, actually. He is very well. Sometimes I just speak to him. But as you know, he handed over the TradeNet to TEFs. I am the new TEF support. Well, I am the head of education and coaching by the TEFs, and like by that, it was TradeNet. He just retired. We can call it like that. Hopefully, he's going to pop in from time to time in the room. But so far, unfortunately, he's not trading with us anymore. But thank God he's doing very well. No problem, indeed. Okay, SMCI, yeah, Michael, I'm sure I'm going to watch it, and we have a lot to watch. Well, guys, not too many news during the long weekend. It was quite of a calm weekend, thank God, even on the geopolitical situation. Also in Syria, there were some bombs, which is not good. But indeed, quite of a calm weekend not in Europe, as I see. I just read that the strikes are underway at Volkswagen plants across Germany as wage conflict escalates. I was talking about that in the recent weeks, that there is more and more problems arising in the car industry in Germany. And as you know, big part of the industry or the economy there, it relies on the car industry. So I hope they are going to get over it. But so far, Europe did not do very well. Bitcoin is again marching towards this 100K. Also, I just read an interesting article from Robert Kiyosaki. I don't know if you know him or not. Rich Dad Poor Dad author. Was one of my favorite books like 20 years ago. And actually, he's expecting the Bitcoin to pull back to the 60K because it's very hard for this Bitcoin to break this 100K. And if we will see a Bitcoin pullback, I assume that we will get a pullback together on the Bitcoin with the stocks. So I'm going to be aware of that. But that's for sure. At the moment, everything looks strong. Also, the Bitcoin is just pulling back a little bit. Now it's around this 96,000 level. Oh, yes. Thank you, Clifton. This is the last day of the Black Friday sale on the funded account packages. So if you are interested in that, just drop me an email, please. All right, guys. So what else here? As I've told you, labor market news in the news. I mean, labor market data we are expecting for Friday, especially. Wednesday is going to be the first one. Unemployment rate Thursday, sorry, and Friday is going to be the big test for the market, whether the labor market news are going to make another spark and regain the bullish sentiment on the market, or not regain, but just continue, or might it's going to be a showstopper. We don't know yet, but all eyes on the labor market news for this week. Well, the earnings season is quite over, as you know. We will still have some names this week, but not really huge ones. So this is not a market mover anymore. Rather, the economic news are going to be in the spotlight again. World's biggest hedge fund sold NVIDIA, by the way, and both Supermicro, Palantir, and AMD. So PITR, AMD, and SMCI, as Michael just wrote before. It's on my list as well, plus INTC, Intel, as Intel is popping as their CEO, or which one he just left. So indeed, that's why the Intel CEO, Pat Gelsinger, is out and the stock is up 5%. So actually, even after this shortened week, we have some nice movers. So let's just watch it after I'm just checking the overall stock exchanges over the world. So crypto, as I've told you, it's a little bit lower. Futures, especially the Nasdaq and the SPY, get back from red to green, as you can see on my chart as well. Pre-market, it was quite red for the SPY. Now it's back to the green. Rates, on the rates side, the 10 years are popping, so let's be careful with this move to the upside. The DXY, of course, is still strengthening around this 10630 level. Asian markets, very nice and green, by the way. Some Chinese economic news they just got out, and Europe, as I've told you that today, not really good news for the European car industry with the Volkswagen strikes on in the line, but instead, or despite of that news, the DAX is up 1.21%. So seems like a strong start all over the world stock exchanges. Let's see if the US market going to join the bull party of them. So some movers, as I've told you, so we can just watch this SMCI before the market opens, because as I've seen in the pre-market, it did not do very well. Oh yeah, it was a small into the red side, but I see after the news, it just went a lot to the upside. That's a crazy, crazy move on the SMCI from small red to big green, and it's up 20%. Let's just put it to the long list. Why I do put it on the long list? Not just because it's up 20%, but really good news for the SMCI, first of all. Second, the chip stocks just favored on the news as well last Friday. I'm just telling you because we missed this little preparation session for the trading day, that there were some good news regarding the tariffs, that the tariffs are not going to be that harsh as it seemed at first sight. So this just favored the chip stocks. Even NVIDIA got a really good day on Friday. So I'm going to watch definitely SMCI at the first sight. AMAT was applied material, was a quite of a nice mover too. At the moment is up only 0.36%. Let's see if it can go higher. NVDA for sure. AMD we can watch. So NVDA at the moment it's up only 0.17%. But as you can see, the Friday was a beautiful mover for the NVDA. I'm going to put it to my long list. And INTC, as I mentioned you, the CEO just stepped down, and seems like that the stockholders are quite of cheering of this news. And looks like, even it looks like for a good for a swing. Might I'm going to start a swing on INTC. So INTC, it can go either or as well to my to our long list. Hi Vivian, good morning to you. Please, traders, if you have anything on your radar, just type in the chat, because I must tell you we don't have too many movers. So if you still found something which looks interesting based on the daily chart, not just news, it can be a great daily chart like mRNA. I'm going to put it again to my long candidates list, because I think it's a bit extended to the downside, and it seems like that it just found a bottom. So for example, my next one is going to be mRNA here to the upside. PLTR got this good news that one of the big investment house just bought it. Also, it's quite extended for me, but as you can see, it's starting strong. And more news stocks are Gap, Stellantis, Tesla. Gap, it's up 4.7% after the JP Morgan upgraded the GAP symbol. Let's just get it, GAP. So at the moment, it looks like as a great reversal, 4.70% higher. The firm cited a strong start to the holiday shopping season and the multi-year growth outlook. So it seems like the GAP can go to the long list. Also, not my ultimate favorite. It can have better days, as you can see, but sometimes it's not a big mover. Hopefully today it's going to be. Yes, Chris, definitely. SMCI is already on my list. Thank you very much. Stellantis is the next one, which is still going down, but this is already a $12 stock, guys, as CEO Carlos Tavares just stepped down from his role at the automaker effective immediately, and the company cited different views between Tavares and the board of directors as the reason of the departure. So for Stellantis, if you like it, actually maybe this is going to be my only short. So let's just put it to the short side, STLA, Stellantis to the downside. Tesla is the next, and it's what else? It's up 2.2% after Tesla Vice President of AI software tweeted on Saturday night that version 13 of Tesla's full self-driving driver assistance software has started rolling out to some customers. So it's starting, guys, it's starting the AI, uh, um, let's call it power on the Tesla at least, and not just in the Tesla, but in our world. And because of that, Tesla just get over this $351 level. Also, as you can see, the all-time high is 360, around 363. So it still has a room to go for sure. STLA or TSLA, sorry, just can go to the long list. Tesla, Intel, it's here, as I've told you, as they just announced, CEO Pat Gelsinger has retired, and steel producers, Cleveland Cliffs and the Commercial Metals Company, others are just going higher, as Goldman Sachs analyst Mike Harris initiated a coverage on the company with a buy rating. Now let's see how CLF is doing at the moment. Nice 2.81%, not a huge mover. You know what? Just let's put it on the secondary list, CLF. All right, what else? Here is the last one, which is Hasbro, the toy and game company stock ticked up 1.7% as investors monitor the sales result around the Black Friday. So HAS just made a nice move already to the upside based on the Black Friday. Let's see if it can go higher. I'm not very happy about the pre-market volume. That's why I'm going to put it just to the secondary list. But it looks like it can be a nice mover. Let me just check the changes on my strongest and weakest stocks. And UPST and MARA are the weakest, as I see. Coin 2, as I've told you on the Bitcoin, I see a small pullback. And AFRM quite strong. Tesla, Roblox, coin is strong. Sorry, 1.0. Yeah, actually the difference between MARA and coin, that coin is usually tied or well, yeah, it's tied to the Bitcoin price, but Mara, it's not. It's a totally different, let's call it industry, not completely because of course it has the strings to the Bitcoin, but the Mara, it's a miner. Okay, it's a Bitcoin miner, and sometimes it's just moving opposite of the Bitcoin. So Mara is down now a lot. Chinese stocks are quite weak, not too much. Nvidia, Google, Netflix, quite of okay, but not the strongest at all. What I see and really strong is Amazon, holiday season, right? Amazon, AMD, Roblox, AFRM, and of course SMCI. So these stocks we still can watch to the long side, and I think I'm just going to the secondary list like AFRM, AMD for sure, Roblox, maybe we can watch it. And to the short side, as I've just seen, for example, UPST is down 5%. I think the UPST is just due for a profit taking, by the way. The rest is not that big, actually. So I think this is my list for today. Well, not a huge list, but hopefully it's going to be enough to start the day with. And please don't forget economic news coming at 9:45, 10 o'clock, and 3:15 an FOMC member speaker coming as well. So traders, have a beautiful green morning. And as always, I'm just heading over the guidance room. I'm going to trade with the traders there for an hour. So good luck, everyone. Have a nice start for the December. And
Traders, good morning and welcome to the 44 Trading Room. Welcome to a wonderful Monday starting off the week here, coming off of a great trading week last week. We got DVG back in the saddle last week. Finished out the week very strong and looking forward to this week doing the same thing. Today, probably not a huge day coming off of the weekend and coming off the holiday weekend. And as we get into the day today, we'll talk about that and more as we start rocking and rolling today on this Monday session here. Welcome to everybody here in the room. Welcome to everybody here on social media, on our YouTube channel this morning, which is growing leaps and bounds. We sure do appreciate what you do each and every day. Got a lot of stocks gapping this morning. Looking for some great trades here as we get rolling into this Monday session. We'll talk about that and more as we get the day going. We'll start off with the Asia session overnight here, where we saw all the Asian markets higher. The Nikkei was up 305, Hong Kong Hang Seng up 127, the Shanghai and China up 38. Europe still in session right now, mixed bag there. German DAX up 224, FTSE in UK up 26, and the CAC 40 in Paris. The only one that's down about 6 points. You got 5 markets up, 1 market down, putting pressure to the upside here of the U.S. futures. We've got a mixed bag here this morning. Dow futures down 52, S&P futures flat, and the NASDAQ futures up 47. Very cautious today on this Monday as we start. Be careful as we get into the first part of the day here. Oil's up almost $1 to 68.97 per barrel. And if you're in the gold world today, down about $8.30, 26.72.70 per troy ounce. A couple things happening here. Little changed after the S&P notches its best month of the year, which is last month in November, which is always good heading into the last month of the year, which is December right now. Treasury yields rising as investors look to key labor data this week here. And that's about it. Stellantis CEO, if you're into the Jeep, Dodge, Ram brands, Carlos Tavares resigns amid problems in the U.S. Falling sales. So he's gone, and then President Biden pardons his son Hunter Biden as probably his last magical wand that he does here before the end of the year. Also, CEO change at Intel. Pat Gelsinger is out. Stock is up about 5%. We've got that stock up here. I'll put it up. Was watching it this morning. That's INTC this morning, and that's I'll put that right here, and we'll watch that as we take off for the day today. So I got a lot of good stocks to watch here, including SMCI this morning, which just had some good news, gapped up this morning, and we'll watch that stock as we get going. Let's say good morning to everybody here in the room, and then we'll pick some stocks. We'll be on our way today. Yep, perfect. Lee, good morning. Itai, good morning to you. Michael, good morning. Yep, good morning, Vivian. Good morning, Chris. Yep, new CFO and CAO coming. Yep, per DBG. Yeah, and that's good. That's hopefully helping and solidifying. They're going to get better when all this smoke clears. Allie, good morning to you. Sal, good morning. Jennifer, good morning to you. Good morning, Victor. Good morning, Jim. Good morning, Steve. David Orlando, good morning. And Scott V, good morning. Let's talk some stocks this morning. Get you prepared for the day. Love the gap this morning over 25.50 GAP. It's Gap Clothing, a retailer here. GAP. There we go. GAP long over 25.50 this morning on the breakout. That's the first stock I like this morning. Second, MSTR over the 395, and then we'll watch this stock if it gets legs here to 400 today. Long over 395, MSTR. And then Tesla on the breakout of the high here. Pretty simple to see here, 353, TSLA. Long 353. And then last but not least, we could either play the SMCI move here, or we'll watch Intel this morning. NVDA also with the breakout here. So let's pick the Intel. Let's pick the Intel trade here this morning over 25. There we go. Not a big mover here. INTC long over 25. And then last but not least, let's just go with the newly repaired SMCI here. So lots to choose from this morning. I'm going to watch and wait. Long over 38 this morning. And there you go. All right, we are set to go here. We've got about a minute left. We'll get DVG in here. We should be ready to rock and roll today.
Scott, good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Hear you perfect this morning.
Right on. Well, we've got about a minute. So first and foremost, happy December to everybody. Welcome back from a wonderful holiday weekend. Hopefully everybody got to see friends, family, etc. I know we did, and maybe I saw too many of them. So it is also that time to get sick. So hopefully between, right, having a bunch of parties and being around a bunch of people, I don't know, we'll just take some extra vitamins, drink some more tea. But anyhow, markets are up at the all-time highs. So keep an eye on the Qs here, really close to pushing its all-time high. SPY kind of at the same level, right? I don't anticipate that we'll be, rejecting that anytime soon. So maybe the Santa Claus rally is in. That said, we talked about it last week. I'm looking for where markets might be, broadening. So looking into that kind of mid-tech space this morning. Looking at Home Depot, first and foremost, I'll be shorting that here in the 429 print. It's a long-term short, so I might give it like 4 or 5 points. So I'm going to build into that here in the next coming days. I like it here at the 430 level, so I'm going to probably start there. And then I'm watching SMCI big time this morning because obviously some big news there. I'd like to see a 36.5 area if possible. Maybe see a small pullback here, and if so, I'll probably start a long position there as well. We just started the HD position.
Let me get to SMCI here. SMCI long at 38, so let's just watch this as we go.
Sure. Also a fun one, you guys were talking about UMAC last week. It's completely doubled since you guys were talking about it. Up at $22 now. So congrats for those of you guys who held on that trade.
Yeah, I'm waiting on the MSTR trade here and SMCI. I think you're going to see that DVG around that 36.50. We'll see if it breaks the low here at 37. If it does, then 36.50 or 36 is going to be in play. Get Tesla go. Wow. Just going to sit back and watch this morning.
$36.5 target entry for SMCI, assuming it can hold here. So let's see if we're getting that pullback now. And if it goes below that, that's fine. I'm happy to get in at 35.5.
Yep. Okay, I'm going to post it at 37 traders, SMCI long 37. I can always add to it at 38, which was my original here. So let's watch it at 37.
FSLR looks pretty good too, as we look at, broader base, market. I don't know if I love it enough to like swing it, but we'll see.
Let's put here FSLR. Nice pop. Okay, watch the SMCI trade here.
Let's do it. Let's
SMCI
37. We'll try it. I'm going to give it a stop to 36.5. So right here, 36.05. Let's see, or 37.05 rather. Let's see if we can get it. I'll wait just a little bit longer. We got that pulled back to 36.5 and it held. So, oops.
Okay, watch SMCI. Target 38, and we're going to add to it at 38 here.
I'm still waiting on SMCI here. 36.5 is the number I really wanted just to like start and like give it a maybe 50 cent. Meta is off to the races. Amazon moving higher. Tesla's moving higher. Apple's moving higher. Apple actually printing an all-time high here in the morning. All-time high.
Apple here. It's good for that stock as we're going into the Q4 here with Christmas. That stock should even get a further boost with everybody buying that stuff for the holidays. Yep.
Yeah, what I'm finding interesting too is like following these names is every quarter these ETFs, the big ETFs, will make adjustments, and that to me is kind of a sign that Apple's maybe was underweight this go around, and coming into the new quarter, they think they're maybe one or the other. Are they going to offload Apple or Nvidia? Those seems to be the big two that get adjusted during these ETF adjustments at the end of every quarter. So kind of curious to see what happens. I think Microsoft's got a shot too to move a lot higher as well. Guys, I'm going to add the Home Depot short. It's the only position I have on this morning, but it's a swing trade, so I don't mind. I'm adding smaller size increments, but I'm planning to hold this for, I don't know, maybe a week or two, assuming it continues to move favorably. So that's always good. I'd really like to see a 408 area, 410 maybe, 16 points, 18 points.
Yeah, I would say anything Tesla, any pullback on Tesla could be viable here. I'm watching SMCI for the add to full share size here now.
I'll join you here. 37.20. I'm gonna go ahead and hit SMCI 37.20. I really wanted that 36.5, but it looks like it's getting around that area and not moving. So we're in there. I'm gonna join you. I'm gonna add actually 37.70, and I'll go full share size SMCI. I won't leave a whole lot though to the downside. I'm gonna go long NVIDIA here, 139.55. NVIDIA.
Yeah, you're there right now, just popping here to the upside on NVIDIA. I'm watching Tesla for the pullback for the entry here.
Nice break here on Home Depot. I can leave Home Depot alone for a while, so I don't mind. We're about 3 points to the good on Home Depot, but that is a longer term trade. Need NVIDIA to take off now. Very curious what the heck is going on with Apple this morning. I mean, yeah, some seasonality, but that's a pretty aggressive move.
Yeah, we're up what 2 points here? Actually, what 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 points in a couple of days for Apple.
Yeah.
That's really aggressive. Yep.
Meta. Wow. All I could say. I'm pretty sure we're going to put an all-time high today on the Qs. It's hard to bet against that at the moment. Call it Santa Claus rally, call it whatever you want, but we are in December. New options expiration, etc. So, all right, I'm going to hit SMCI full size right here.
Yep. Watch SMCI.
Right here.
We'll add over 38 here. 36 stop.
I'm gonna wait till probably around 40, 39.90, 39.80, something like that. Let's see what happens. If not, like my stop on the other side is a lot tighter. So if it moves against, no worries. We'll just get out of the way. All right, NVIDIA, come on. Don't get weak around 140 now. The only concern is it's like chips have been the weakest sector like the last week and a half. So I'm hoping maybe we get a little bit of rotation into there. And if not, same thing. I'll just get out of the way. Microsoft looking great over here, 425. It's got room up to 428 to 430. All right, I'm going to add the NVIDIA here. Full size. I want to see it break out over 140. 142 target.
Nice volume on NVIDIA. SMCI moving the other way. I'm looking for a Tesla entry as well. And I think I'm going to take the 356 Tesla long. Tesla long 356. And we're going to go full share size 357. Still holding on to SMCI. That's my first trade of the day.
SMCI surprisingly slow here. Here we go. Here we go. Oh man, Microsoft, what do I do here? Good news is I think we're going to get here on NVIDIA.
Pullback here too. Yep. Good pullback.
Yeah, the trouble I have with SLR is, again, out of all the solar names, I think they're probably the best run. Trouble is, like, yes, we're going to need more energy. So I'm looking at like VST, NEE, etc. Like for this alternative energy, names. The trouble there is solar, while being part of that group, like is it going to be a big enough field? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yep.
Especially with the new administration. Guys, we got the breakout here on NVIDIA. I'm going to hold on to this thing. I want 142 at least. SMCI, if we don't get over 37.5 very soon, I'm going to probably trim this position. And guys, trimming is different than a partial trimming. It could be, positive or negative. It's just, reducing some of the risk.
Okay, traders, I am long Tesla. Targets can be 357.50 now on TSLA.
Beautiful move now on NVIDIA. And hold that. Actually, give me 1 second. Someone's at the door. Be right.
Go SMCI, go. 38 target here that goes full share size. And 357 now will be full share size. Tesla 357.50 will be the target now on TSLA.
All right, we're back.
Watch 357 on it.
You talking Tesla?
Yep. I'm long the stock at 356. 357.50 is going to be my target.
Yeah, I'm trying to see what name CRM, Snowflake, Palo Alto, it's PanW, CrowdStrike, Cloudflare even. Cloudflare had a nice move this morning, but I'm just kind of curious to see if this momentum continues in these expanded tech sectors. I just don't know. I don't know if it's real or not. So I'm kind of keeping an eye on that this week. I don't like this move in SMCI.
Nope, obviously not here. Watch the 36. I'll be out of this trade. I'm not full share size on the trade, so the point's not going to hurt me that bad. Need Tesla to pop here, though.
I'll wait a little bit longer, but not much. All right, let's do Microsoft. I'm going to give it a try. Right here, 424, let's call it 90. 424.90, Microsoft. Oops, if I could spell.
Okay, SMCI holding in there now. Two trades, SMCI and Tesla.
Only thing I'm concerned about is Qs are kind of rounding off here at the top. Need to see some positive push here. We do have some news coming out though. S&P Global Manufacturing PMI coming out here in 2 minutes. And we also have ISM data coming out at 10. That could have an impact on markets in about 1 minute. Relatively slow open. No surprise. And then if anything as a hedge, I'll be using put options on the Qs. Not now, but soon. In the event, we start getting close to all-time highs and, begin to fail, I may consider it. Right now I'm not, but just it is kind of a quote unquote option, no pun intended. Come on, NVIDIA. Let's see a big volume stripe to the upside, please. 49.7 versus 48.8 on PMI data. $49.7 versus 48.8. So looks
That's a big enough
good.
deal to do anything here.
Yeah, I mean, same exactly.
SMCI
You know, there's
hanging
one
in
thing
there.
that could mess up my
Tesla's
long-term Home Depot short, and that's this construction data coming out at 10 o'clock. It's part of the reason I wanted to take it. So last week found out housing data, not that great. So if those of you guys saw, expanded my list for Home Depot, Toll Brothers, Lowe's. So obviously if construction data comes back favorably here in 15 minutes, that could change the outlook, but still pretty bearish on all that. Microsoft now should scoot. I'm going to add here up at the highs, session highs. See if we get a big conviction move. My target on Microsoft's about 428, and then I'll let the rest run. Maybe we get into the 430s again. We'll see. Don't like this pullback in NVIDIA. All right, guys, I'm trimming up SMCI. So back to like quarter size. I can always add more. I just don't like this price action here hanging on to 36.5. I knew that would be like a level, but I didn't realize we were gonna like really try to test it here. And the trouble is if we break this level, it'll probably drop like a rock. That said, if it holds it, good news. I'll add to my position again, and off we go to the upside. But I don't want to be holding the bag if we head lower. So nice move here on Microsoft. NVIDIA kind of just, you know, finding some stability, some footing. Not too worried on NVIDIA just yet. Really slow start.
Yep. Slow to start here. Hopefully good to finish. So 357, I'll be going full share size on Tesla. Only two trades I'm in right now, Tesla, SMCI. Try and figure a way to get into either NVDA or Meta here. Maybe a little bit stronger pullback.
I'll tell you though, Q is putting session highs in. Seems promising for my NVIDIA trade, for my Microsoft trade. SMCI though, just falling asleep on me. What is going on with this? Sorry, just looking around reading there. Let us know when, Paul, on what?
I'm holding on to SMCI here, just about 20 cents past my stop loss here. I'll give it another couple of pennies here. We don't get the bounce, I'm out.
Oh, got it.
Big red candle down. Still holding, still holding.
Yeah, that's part of the reason I was trimming up, Scott. So, you know, example for whether you're new or seasoned trader, like trimming a position when you see, you know, price action shaping that, you know, it's not in favor of what you're trying to see. It's part of the reason you do it, right? Like we could have easily added if it turned the other way. But at that, you know, at a certain point, I was full size in SMCI, and it really could have hurt if I had to hold that whole stop right, or this whole drop right here, it'd be down a ton of money. But instead, we took a small loss, but we're making money on NVIDIA. We're making money on Microsoft. In fact, I'm going to add to Microsoft here. Again, target's 428. I'm going to add another. Let's just do quarter size. This SMCI trade hurt a little bit, but good news is we were able to take a big portion of our trade off, right? Matter of fact, I'm going to add to NVIDIA as well. Actually, I'm going to hit NVIDIA for half size here. I want to see a breakout. 142 target NVIDIA. Okay. Yeah, Paul, I'm not going to be there just yet on the puts, but I want to see the Qs try to push a new all-time high, which so 51558 is the all-time high on the Qs. We're still in the SMCI trade again, just smaller size. Let's see. Guys, I'm watching Goldman Sachs too this morning, so that's GS. Problem is it's pretty low volume. Like really low volume, 164,000 shares this morning. But I'm wondering if it's like right at this level. I think there's like talk about a 50-50 trade, but it's like a 20 to 20 point trade, 50-50. Meaning like if we keep holding this level up here and it breaks out, like 640 becomes a reality. But also up here, it's like, you know, its all-time high is 612.73. Like kind of tempted to short the thing, but financials have been kind of outperforming as a sector in the last week or so. So I don't know. Definitely watching it though. It's just super low volume. What I don't want to do is jump in there and go, oh yeah, hey, let's. I mean, it could look at put options on. Let me see what they cost.
354 break traders on Tesla will be out of the trade here. Still holding on to SMCI.
You know, I might put a spread on GS. Just kind of set it and forget it using options. Let me see what it's going to cost me.
A little slow to start today after coming off of the holiday
STR.
week. I'm in SMCI at 37. And I'm in Tesla, two of them. Both of them down right now.
I'm going to short MSTR here. I'm going to look at it at, let's put it out there, 384. Let's do it short. I'm going to go start with 100. If we can add, great. That's 384, MSTR. No trade yet. It's bouncing. I might be able to move it up to 386. Let's see. Watch what it's going to do here at the close. All right, I'm moving it up to 385, guys. 385 MSTR short. MSTR 385. And if it moves up to the close, I'll move it to 386. We're getting close.
Come on, SMCI, dig for us. I held in there for you, now perform. Love that Apple trade.
We're in MSTR now. Good news, great news. Microsoft looking great. NVIDIA still waiting.
I'm going to put Microsoft up here.
Huge move, huge trade for me on Microsoft actually right now. I'm going to pull some off right here. I'll take a partial, take half my position off. So, you know, not a massive trade, but I'll take it. You know, 1.5. Why not? MSTR, on the other hand, this thing can really break. So I'm going to add here underneath, what is this? 383. So anything under 383, I'm going to hit this thing. MSTR. Kind of a wild mover.
How about this FSLR here at 204? I'm going to give this a try. FSLR, small share size, 204 long.
Here we go, MSTR. I like it here. I'm going to add here, MSTR. Yeah, just, 200, nothing too crazy. Big move on Microsoft. Big move. I like it. Nvidia is stalling, so I'm going to trim up here. Again, it's a winning trade, but it's not a big trade for me. I mean, it's just kind of picking up nickels and dimes, So I'm gonna take some off here. We'll leave some size to the upside. Hopefully we get that move. MSTR, if we break 382.5, I'm gonna hit it for even more to the downside. I don't like that we're kind of forming a base here. I want to see some real conviction on the sales side.
Come on, SMCI, right back up.
Should get it here.
I'm long
Should
FSLR.
get it right here. Guys, watch MSTR. This is really should see the breakdown here. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 attempts to push this thing lower. Now, if it starts to bounce, we're going to get out of the way of this thing quick because we know MSTR can move pretty fast. But here comes the break on MSTR. Perfect. Let's see a big stripe now. 380 is my target. 380, and we will take. Here we go. Getting close. Getting close. Let's not get greedy though. Anything at low 381, I'm going to take 50% off this trade. And we'll let the rest run. Bingo. Let's go. MSTR.
Yeah, right at the top of the hour, we're going to get it. Here's I am long FSLR, I'm long Tesla, I'm long SMCI now, all three.
There's our 380 print on MSTR, guys. There it is. I'm going to let it keep going now. We already took our partial. It's getting super spready, so I don't want to hit a market order like in this type of zone just yet. Big reason is you're going to see this as the spreads increase, right? We're going from like 50 cents, 97 cents, 60 cents, $1.20, right? What I want to do is wait for all the momentum to move favorably, limit low. When I say that is you start to see a 30 cent, like it is now, 30 cent, 29 cent, 20 cents type spread, and it keeps pushing lower. And when you do that, when you hit a market order, you're going to optimize your opportunity to get a better fill. So, and I know it's kind of tough, but like, especially when you have something moving in your favor, the other alternative is just set it and forget it, leave it be. Like right now, we took our partial, we took a lot of our risk off this trade on MSTR. So now if we break into the 379, 378, like I don't mind holding on to this thing until we see whatever the bottom is, just like it did now. So I can leave this be. We took a partial. I'm going to probably trim a little bit more off because, guys, we just took this thing for 5 points, 6 points, right? That's not a bad day at the office, And it wasn't a big, huge, risky trade for me to take, $1,000 off the table. Like, why not? Anyhow.
Yeah, those of you in the FSLR trade 205, I will be taking a partial here, 205 on the FSLR trade. Still in Tesla, SMCI, and FSLR.
All right, let's see what this construction data looks like here in 1 minute on my HD trade. If it is in fact like I think it is, we should literally start to crumble. So I'll add if we aim lower on Home Depot under 425. My stop loss will be right around my entry. So I'll give it maybe 30, 40 cents. For any guys trading that. plus 0.4 versus plus 0.2. So technically that's good on the construction side, but I don't know based on the housing data if that's going to be enough to move it. So anything under 425, I'm going to add to Home Depot to the downside. Again, this is a long-term swing. You know, it's kind of days like this. We've got quite a few positions going on. We've got Microsoft to the good. We've got or to upside, Nvidia to the upside. We've got Home Depot to the downside and MSTR to the downside. And then, of course, we have a smaller position here on SMCI to the upside that it's just been kind of, you know, flat, more or less. Again, keeping an eye on the cues here. We're putting in a new session high. Sorry, was that Scott?
Yeah, no real difference with the ISM number coming out here in the marketplace. If anything, we got a touch to the upside here, just watching that transpire. Still long SMCI, still long FSLR, and still long Tesla right now. All three with no partials as we speak.
I'll tell you what, this MSTR trade is looking fantastic. I think we're going to get an even deeper cut here. So I'll probably trim here in a moment. Again, I don't want to be super greedy, but I really do think it's time for this thing to break down and try that 379 print again. So I'll wait here, 380 something. I mean, I'm not going to complain. I'll go ahead and take a small trim here, partial. Let's wait for just a moment. Let's see where we end up in 7 seconds. Here we go. Just watching the level 2 right now on MSTR. I don't like that we're seeing, you know, sellers trying to move limit high on this thing right now, but buyers are going the opposite way. So that means that we're probably going to get this 379 print. So I'm not going to be greedy. I'm going to take some more off here, guys. Again, we probably are going to get a real breakdown here, but that looks good to me right here. I'm going to take a small partial. Maybe we get the break. Maybe we don't. I don't want to be on the wrong end of this, but guys, great trade overall. You know, do I wish I hit it for, you know, 3x position? Sure, but that's a lot of risk. You know, wasn't willing to take. There's a nice break on MSTR, so I'll let the rest run, guys. Beautiful trade. I will take that all day. I really think Nvidia is going to hit the afterburners any moment. Fingers crossed. Let's see. Mark's asking, what are you thinking? Amazon? Okay, let me take a look. Ooh, session high. Very nice.
Well, we're finally back. Weighted on SMCI. Now finally green on the trade again. Target 38. Tesla is going to come out here. Anything under that 352.50. Remember, I have small share size. I'm waiting to add to Tesla, but I'm just.
Guys, look at MSTR.
FSLR too.
You know what? I'm going to add a small chunk here, just because I know I've got right now. We can't lose on the trade. What a move, though. Anybody take that with me? 485, 484, anywhere around there? Huge trade, though. Up almost 10 points now. I'm going to add a really small position, like, you know, just to see if we get a little extra alpha out of this thing. Microsoft getting close to my 428 target. I'm going to take some off here. Adding to Home Depot short. We said we wanted to add under 425. So we're there now. I'm going to go ahead and add that. This is a long-term swing, guys. So maybe, you know, if we get down to like 420 today, yeah, we'll probably take some off, you know, but let's see if it happens.
SMCI
Finally
again,
SMCI.
adding at 38.
Oh.
Going to add at 38 here on SMCI.
You know, we were talking about Goldman Sachs earlier about this, do we see a retreat in some of the financial names? Well, coulda, shoulda, woulda. What were we talking about it? But was it 608? I think it was 609 maybe. At the time we were talking about it, it's printing a 604 now. No surprise there. The big thing is, I think markets are getting stronger more broadly. So to see, for example, a 0.5% pullback on a $610 stock like Goldman Sachs, it's really not that significant of a hit, really, just yet. I'm going to probably get out of that MSTR position, guys. What an awesome trade that's been. Awesome, awesome, awesome. But like what we saw last week, expanding into new, other tech names, which is really helping prop up the markets. You know what I mean? Like, saw big moves in CRM last week. We saw Snowflake. Absolutely. Yeah, I wouldn't say even they crushed their earnings, but forward guidance looked amazing for them. And it went from one of the most beaten down tech names, and it launched, what did it get to, like 180? Yeah, 177 and change. And it's been down at like, what, 110, 120 for a long time? Wasn't it like $90 at one point? Yeah, I was looking at all these names over the weekend, so forgive me. I was just kind of noodling over the idea of where the heck is this money moving to? And guys, good news. Take a look at Home Depot. This is a longer term position for me. So I've got, decent position now on Home Depot, but I want to hold this thing for like a week or two. So again, if we get to 420, maybe I pull some risk out, maybe. But I really want to see a bigger move on this thing. I want to see like a 3 to 4% breakdown in that name. Hey Paul, how you feeling about Tesla?
I'm feeling a little bit better myself here. Let's go.
Are you still in the Tesla trade?
I'm still hanging in there. Yep.
Oh, right on. Yeah, I kind of like it.
SMCI, Tesla, and FSLR.
If we reject this VWAP, I might be shorting it, Scott.
Yeah.
So this 355.5 area. If we see a push higher, I'm rooting for you. If I see a rejection there, I may start building a position to the downside there. Guys, we got 428 on Microsoft. Target acquired. SMCI, Scott, what do you think? You want to add to this thing?
Well, I'm just going to wait at 38 is my plan to go full share size. So I am going to add at 38 here.
Okay. I think I'm going to get my breakdown at Home Depot here. A decent day. No complaints. I mean, Microsoft absolutely crushed. Loving that. SMCI was kind of limping all day, but we're getting there. We trimmed up a little bit, reducing our exposure. Just took a small haircut there, but not by too much. Nvidia just kind of consolidating. MSCR though, another great trade. I think I've made more money on MSCR in the last month than like all of my coin trades. I don't know if that's entirely true, but I know we had a massive day on MSCR last week. Yeah. Oh, that's what I'm thinking. I'm watching this 355.5 level. If it powers through there to the upside, I'm not messing with it on Tesla.
It's got that VWAP right in front of it here, so it could start to move higher once we get past it.
So if it powers through there, I'm rooting for Scott because I know Scott's long the position at the moment, but that's kind of a level I'm watching. Like, what does it do at that 355.5? If it pushes through, great. If it starts getting some rejection there, I may start building a position. the downside. Did anybody take Home Depot? Anybody? I know it's not, a favorite name, but this is like the ultimate fundamental trade right here, based on housing data last week. You did? Paul, you took Home Depot? Awesome. Or I don't know if you're talking about Home Depot or Tesla. We were talking about puts as well. But yeah, Home Depot. Let's see if we can get the big breakdown now. We're in it. We're in it. We're in that zone now, where 420 is a very, very, very high possibility. We snapped that 422 level, which is like $1 away. 420 becomes a real reality, and then boom, 410. So I'd like to see. I don't know if we're going to get it in the same, in one day to get down to like $400. Highly unlikely, but never say it's impossible. Cool. Right on, Paul. Yeah, I was actually talking about it last week, if you remember. It's like, yeah, up here at this 430 level. So we took it today. Microsoft just printing. Love it. Love it. Love it. I'm going to give it a little bit. I'm going to add a small share size there. It moves in favor. Like we've been taking partials on the way up, so I'm going to add a tiny bit to the position. See if we can increase alpha there a little bit. Nice. Scott, that rule I have about only being able to short Meta. Tell you what, if I'm pretty sure you guys have heard me talk about that name enough. I just looked at it right now. Anybody remember that magical level on Meta? Anybody? 577. As soon as we hit 577 and held it, the thing has not stopped to the upside. Microsoft now printing 429. Let's go. Yeah, I'm just surprised how slow NVIDIA is. So what I'm going to do is, NVIDIA stays up here in this 140 print. I'll probably trim a little more. The Qs are getting close to its all-time high, 515, 58. I'm sure you guys have that marked on your charts, but just in case you don't. And then 603.68, all-time high on the SPY, which guess what? You guessed it. We printed that today. So SPY printing all-time highs, Qs approaching all-time highs. It is Santa Claus rally season. So, someone just asked about it. Yeah, MSCR got stopped on the rebound here. But, it was still a profitable trade. I was in at 380 was my stop. We got tagged, so that's fine. I may get a second chance to, like, around that 380 level, I may re-enter. So we'll see. I just think, Paul, I know you're in this HD trade with me. Watch what happens. We're going to get a big red stripe any minute. Any minute. Like the next 5-10 minutes. Let's see. We're trying to get some volume. Kev, I totally agree with you on NVIDIA. That's what I'm waiting for. I really am surprised to not see like a violent push to 141 to get a lot of the shorts out of the way. Because like look around, you've got Amazon pushing way higher, Apple pushing higher, Microsoft pushing higher, Meta pushing higher, NVIDIA falling asleep. Right? I'm looking at more broadly some of these those mid-tech names. We'll say expanded tech names. So like think of IGV names. They're kind of holding flat, which is okay. but you're seeing the Mag 7 take off, which for me is a perfect sign. I really was getting kind of bearish here towards the end of the year. Thinking markets will pull back 5 to 6% by the end of the year, but maybe we get one last pump, right? So maybe give me a better entry for some of the short positions longer term, right? So we'll see. But I'm not trying to short markets when they're aiming higher, printing session highs, spies at all-time highs, and Qs are getting real close. But I will
Traders,
keep
we're
paying
so
close
close
attention.
now on FSLR, SMCI, and Tesla. Now we get the move on the market here higher, and these stocks could go. Watching FSLR over the blue VWAP line, as well as Tesla here if we get a rebound back higher. Simple SMCI add at 38 to full share size, and that game will be over here now. Yep, Ite, I like it at 38 here. And if you get in early, you can add at 38.
I'd say two great trades for me thus far. We got Microsoft has been a great trade. Home Depot, again, it's more of a swing trade, so I don't really I can't get too excited about it yet because I'm not where I want to be target wise, but it's looking great. And MSTR, I mean, we literally got in, got out, took our money and ran. I'd say that's probably my trade of the day, even though in Microsoft, arguably, I made more money on that trade. All right, I'm going to take a partial here at Microsoft.
Watch SMCI. I could just see it breaking out here. Right at the top. Let's see if it goes.
For those of you guys who use the 200 EMA, pull up Tesla, take a look at that on a 1 minute. Kind of interesting. It's got like the 200 EMA on Tesla. It's proven to be strength for it. Every time it's tagged, it's bounced. So I'm rooting for you here. See if you get your push to the upside. That said, unfortunately, I'm waiting for it around 355.5 to see what it does still. Speaking of NVIDIA, I might just dump this position. Hasn't really done a whole lot. SMCI kind of in the same boat for me too. Like they're just sideways now. Luckily we took a little partial on NVIDIA, but it wasn't like, enough for me to get super excited about. So Ite is asking SMCI over 3750.
Yeah. I mean, 3750 you could start, and then the real breakout here is going to be 38. You could see the high of the day right there at 38. That's really where the meat and potatoes is. One of these stocks has got to go. Tesla or all three. Tesla, FSLR, or SMCI. Just babysitting them now this morning.
I mean, Tesla's looking great here, but Microsoft is not quitting. Look at it go. I'm going to probably dump NVIDIA here. I just don't like the price action here in the break under the VWAP. So I'm going to wait just a little bit longer, not by much. Feel like maybe there's a down leg coming here on NVIDIA. So I'm going to be cautious here. Again, not a huge trade for me. Wouldn't say break even. We're slightly green on that trade, but again, not much. Maybe we get on SMCI finally. Maybe.
$38. I go full share size now.
Yeah, Mark. After hours, yeah, 39.66 on SMCI. Well, that's what I thought. Maybe it'll push to 40. That would make it a $400 stock again. Which, if you look at before they got their big news, I want to say it was like 430, maybe. What was that? So it was up at 49.70 when all the.
Okay, watch 38 here, SMCI.
I'm not talking about when they had the big news. I think it was, what day was that? Wasn't that the 28th of August? I think. Let's call it, $48 stock-ish, 48 to $50. Hey, look at Tesla. There it is. Magic level. We called it 355.5. What would it do around that level? As soon as it hit that level, boom, big old spike.
Yep. Target for me is 357.50. 357. I go full share size on Tesla. Same plan as before.
Come on, SMCI. I've been waiting all day for this one. We trimmed at, let's say red on the trim. It's a nice move on Tesla. Solid buying for 1, 2, 3, 4, about 10 minutes. SMCI finally.
So traders, those of you that are in the SMCI trade, we've held in there. Now we're full share size up to 39. Tesla breaking out right now. 357.50 target on Tesla. FSLR behind as well. So we're just now getting into the money of the morning here. We've waited here now almost an hour to take advantage of this move. there's the SMCI trade. We're going to move this Apple chart over to here. Okay, so you can see the SMCI. I'm coming out of it right here at 38.50. This is a full share size trade. We waited in here. We took the downside on the chin, and now we've got this upside. 38.50 coming out. We're going to take that 38.48 right now, and I am out. 3/4 of the trade. SMCI, finally a winning trade this morning. And just like that, we are on the board here with the first winning trade of the day, SMCI. Next up is going to be Tesla at 357.50 here. And we got about 40 cents to go on Tesla now. Those of you that hung in there with SMCI, we took a little bit of the downward move on the chin here, just holding in there, knowing this stock was going to turn, I thought, with what we had going on today. The rest of it will be out here at the 37.50 if, in fact, it pulls back down. But FSLR looking great, too. All three of them kicking in at the same time.
Well, I think I might cut NVIDIA. You know, we've got Microsoft running in favor. HD is just kind of whatever. That's a longer term play for me. So for those of you guys who want to trade it, I think, Paul, you said you're in there. Don't be afraid to pay yourself. I don't mind holding on to this one a bit longer. Again, I'm not saying we're getting rich off this trade per se, but still think should get a move here favorably. SMCI, though, I'm going to wait for a little bit more here. I like how this structure is on the candles. Technically, we should get a little bit more of a push here.
Look at Microsoft.
Got a nice,
wow.
Yeah, I was just going to say we've got a nice pop here on Microsoft. So I've got runners there. I don't know, it's basically on autopilot. NVIDIA, though, I think is going to be probably a first position here I'd cut off, just because it's not really doing a whole lot for me. It's just sideways. You know, took a little bit of profit off of it, but it's tying up some dollars for me. So I'll wait for NVIDIA just a bit longer, not by much. If we move any lower from here, let's say 139.30, I'll be out. Literally 6 cents away. There it is, and we're out of NVIDIA, just like that.
Okay, traders, there it is. With the FSLR move here higher, I'm going to take this opportunity to come out of it. 206.50 here on FSLR. Let me just load it up real quickly here on the other level 2. Yep, 206.30, and I'm out of the trade right now. 3/4 of the trade out FSLR. Another winning trade. That's 2 in a row now, and I'm coming out of all shares SMCI. I'm out all shares SMCI now. 1/4 of a trade left on FSLR, and then full share size left on Tesla. So I just need Tesla to perform now.
I'm going to take a partial here on SMCI. Maybe we get a big push here. I don't know, but I'll take my profit while I can on SMCI right here. We want to start building potentially some put option strategy here for the Qs. Let's see what that looks like pricing wise. That's actually not bad. Tomorrow, 514 puts, 160. Okay. Let's grab a few of those put options on the Qs. Worth noting, Microsoft ripping, Apple ripping, Amazon pulling back. Tesla on its way
Crazy.
higher. Nvidia pulling back. Meta, pushing, but not quite there. So
real nice trade on Microsoft. That's going to lift the NASDAQ today.
absolutely.
Like I said, traders out. All shares SMCI. I don't care where it goes from now. The only other thing I'm doing here now is watching the Tesla trade.
Apple now pushing all-time highs, 240.51 right now. Microsoft, what a trade. I don't know if anybody took that with me, but man, that thing coulda, shoulda, woulda held full size. That would have been worth a ton of dough today, but you know what? I'm not complaining. Without a doubt, it was my most profitable trade, made the most money off it. MSCR was a great trade from a timing perspective. We took our money, got out of the way, paid ourselves first, and got tagged on the rebound. That's totally fine. That's part of the reason we trade that way. With Microsoft, though, I mean, who knew, right? 5-point rip. Obviously, that was ideal, but to see it happen, love that I'm a part of it with with some runners, but SMCI working great now.
Just trying to squeeze the last little bit out of Tesla here before we call it. Look at SMCI go now. Super, super good. Yep. That Tesla breakout of the VWAP, that's one strategy, Mark, that I really believe in. Anytime you see the VWAP line here and you see a stock break either up or down, good time to get in. You could see it right here on FSLR if you look to the right of the screen here, right where my mouse is. Right here, this breakout here would have got you, let's see, 204, would have got you 2 points. Breakout on Tesla would have got you at least 1.5 points, just sitting there babysitting those trades. So real super nice.
I'm actually starting a small position here on Tesla to the downside, looking for a break under the VWAP, and I'll add. So part of the reason, even for those of you guys asking, like, hey, why the put options? So normally I would do that almost as a position, like just to, catalyze or, operate as a catalyst to my earnings here for the day. But the fact of the matter is we had that baby ad on Microsoft, and we're taking advantage of that in that full push now. So that's great. So if, the Qs move against for whatever reason, like we see a pullback in other names, because I'm more concerned about Apple, to be honest with you. Like, it's up at 241 for what reason? I have no idea. But I'm seeing Amazon pull back a little bit, Meta's pulling back a little bit, Nvidia's pulling back a bit, and the Qs are just kind of going sideways. So do we push higher on the Qs? Sure. Structurally, it looks like we want to move higher with the Santa Claus rally, right? But I'm operating initially. It's like a position to just like hedge my Microsoft position essentially, and SMCI. But SMCI doesn't really play with the Nasdaq too much. But in the event we start seeing selling, I can hit or add to my Q put options and start protecting any gains that I lose on these other positions.
Wow, how about that DVG? How about that SMCI move now?
I know, right? I mean, I took a partial a little bit early, but that's okay. But I had a nice size position earlier. Had to trim because I didn't like price action to get out of the way. I'm glad you got the chance to add. I didn't. I was just kind of leaving the size the way it was. But Q's putting in a new session high. Getting ready to add to Tesla here under the VWAP. They're at 355.5. I'm going to see if it holds or not. So I'm looking maybe around that 355.30, and I want to see a real push through that number for me to add to the downside on Tesla. If not, guess what we're going to do? Get out of the way. I just was watching this level earlier today and was watching a lot of money kind of come in and out of that 355.5 range. So let's see what happens. Definitely happy about this Microsoft trade today. Really, I was watching it last week, and Apple. Who I don't want to say who knew, but yes, as it changed things up quarterly on those ETFs, as I mentioned, like it happens. Like they take money out of Nvidia and put it in Apple. They take it out of Apple, put it in Nvidia. Like they're just kind of shifting around holding size, because there are limits and requirements for each. I think Microsoft's likely going to get a bigger holding requirement. So it worked out. Worked out. All right, guys, getting ready to add to Tesla to the downside. Getting real close here. Let's see what we do around this 355.30 print. Man, today has been a game of patience, huh, Scott?
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, we're just waiting for a lot of these things. Like this morning, I had to wait a whole hour before I took my first profit. And now, traders, I'm out of the FSLR and out of SMCI, full share size. I mean, all shares out and gone. The only thing I'm holding on to now is Tesla. And patience has paid off this morning, DVG. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I'm going to add to Tesla here, and I'm going to grab a couple more put options on the queues in case we start to roll over. I'm seeing NVIDIA now crack the 200. I don't know if it's going to hang on or not. But while I want to short Apple, as you guys remember, I went 0 for 6 in a week time frame. I can't take it, right? Like I'm just watching Apple to see if I can get a better understanding of some of the price action on it. But I can't short Apple at its all-time highs. Even though I want to. But good news is Microsoft printing, SMCI printing, Home Depot long-term swing. Don't really mind. Obviously this bounce. I don't love that, but it is what it is. If we went back to rule number 1, it's what? Pay yourself first. So Paul, hopefully you were able to take advantage of that move down to 423. Pay yourself. I don't mind again waiting for a little bit longer. So that's again personal preference. It's more of a swing trade for me. But SMCI looking great. MSFT, Microsoft looking great. Waiting for the Tesla trade to break down, and then I'm going to add to my queue put options here in just a moment because, frankly, I think we might see some selling. Cue the disclaimer. Where's Rick? Shout out to Rick. I've been watching this in slow motion all morning that my tea has gone cold. Cute, baby. Yeah, Rick, exactly right. Here comes the big break on Tesla. Watch. If this VWAP does not hold, it will lead out pretty quick. That's what we're hoping for. Look at SMCI, guys. For almost $40. Let's go. Took all day though.
Yep. Took me the majority of the morning to get to where I'm at right now, but FSLR now on the breakout, SMCI on the breakout. Those of you that are in this, awesome move. Just waiting for Tesla and it will be finished. 2 great trades. We'll see what Tesla does here.
See, you did end up taking FSLR, right? Very nice. Yeah, I was watching it earlier today. I just didn't have it was kind of like one of those, hey, if people are trying to hedge, again, power is going to be needed no matter what. And whether that's nuclear energy, oil, gas, coal, solar, what have you. But, really, really strong move, at the end of the week last week and then into the after hours. So it looked favorable. I just didn't like the pop and drop. So good for you, Scott, being patient there on that 204 print. Very nice trade.
Here comes Tesla. Watch Tesla take the top off now here.
Yeah, this is what I was worried about on Tesla. If the VWAP holds, Scott's going to win this arm wrestle. But the difference is I'm
See what
not,
happens.
I'm not willing to fight too hard on it. But if we go back through that VWAP again, I win.
Now we'll see. VWAP is going to be the line in the sand, that's for sure.
Yeah. Let's see.
Here's, I'll be right back.
While Scott's doing that, I'm actually going to take a little bit more off of SMCI here in a moment. Actually, this works right here. $39.80. I will take that. Keep an eye on the SPY here, folks. SPY wants to print another all-time high. It's coming. I was talking to somebody else. As it goes during Thanksgiving, right? When you tell someone, "Oh yeah, hey, I do quite a bit of day trading," right? Next thing you know, everyone tells you about the sound bites they hear and how knowledgeable they are, right? And someone was like, "Oh yeah, did you see the double top in the markets?" Oh yeah, so you trade, huh? I'm like, "Oh no, I heard it from so and so, whatever." And I'm like, "Yeah, I wouldn't call that really a double top just yet, but okay." So it's always fun, It's always fun to listen and learn, you know. I mean, obviously, I didn't mention anything. I just kind of listened more so. Guys, here comes Tesla. I'm gonna hit this thing pretty heavy. So if we break 355.25, I'm gonna nail this thing. And then my put options here on the Qs, I'm gonna add, I don't know, 10. You know what? Actually, Kev, it's so funny you're saying that. I'm watching snow right here on the left side of my screen right now. There's right now it's kind of at that 50-50 point. So if it's going to break down, 170 is kind of where you want to see it go. 172, 170. The challenge there is exuberance in Snowflake is pretty, it's there. Knowing that a lot of preferred IPO shares were at 150 and it opened IPO at 245, I think it was 250, something like that. So it can push to 190. When I was watching it initially when it did its their earnings, so in the last week or 2 weeks ago, what day was that? November 20th. Gosh, time flies. Unbelievable. So yeah, about 2 weeks ago, it was down $120, popped to 150, and then all that money, I think that came in that still own that preferred stock, they started buying more of it. I think that's because it wasn't just, you know, preferred shareholders. It was just kind of everybody buying at that 150 level. So I think it's got a shot to 190. Question is like, how many people are going to try to get out of the way right now? You know what I mean? So does it happen now? Does it happen in a week? Does it happen in 3 months? I don't know. I think 190 is realistic on Snowflake now. The question is like, when does that happen? So like at these levels from a technical perspective, you'd want to see a 172 to 170 print, you know, to see some follow through to the downside. Trouble is with that positive energy behind it, you know, maybe you get that pullback and then you see a bunch of buyers step in. That would be my concern. But I am watching that big time. Volume today, kind of low, 1.6 million shares. And we saw a big push to 177. Now you pulled back to 176. You know, you'd be fighting for a point or two today. But again, I think kind of longer term, it's got a shot at 190. The question is where do you want to start your entry? You know, like do you buy it here where most people are trying to push it higher and it's getting rejected at this 177 print? You know, for the last, let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, call it 5. So last 5 sessions, call it 177 to 178, has been like a big area for sellers. You know, so if you want to wait for that level to get conviction to get long, cool. If not, maybe short term. You know what I mean? Keep a tight stop loss. Cue the disclaimer. But yeah, Kev, I'm watching it for the same exact reason. Like it's right here in this 50-50 range. And I actually have these areas marked. You guys remember how I marked my little rectangles for areas? So I literally have it from 177.50 to 178.40 is where that band is, I'd say. Hopefully that helps. Guys, we're getting a move on Tesla. Bingo. Bingo. Anybody with me on Tesla by chance? By chance? I'm going to add even more right here. Let's break on over 354. I'm looking for a low of day now on Tesla. It'll be quick. I want to see a breakdown through the 200 EMA, see some exuberance to the sales side where I know bulls are going to probably try to step in and buy it. And if they do, good news, I get to take my partial and move out of the way. Microsoft now, guys, this looks good here. I'm going to take some off of Microsoft. I cannot believe this. My trade of the day, without a doubt. Without a doubt. Microsoft, what a beautiful trade here. I mean, who knows? If Tesla breaks down right now below 352, that could technically be my trade of the day as well. We'll see. Because I've got some decent size here. I really want to see a breakdown. It's going to be soon here. Big, quick move below 352. Does it follow through? Question mark. If it does, great. We'll wait. But I'm not going to fight it. I want to definitely pay myself first as we move lower here. I just don't know if we're going to get an actual snap-off break here below 352. We'll see. Very, very easily could happen. So you may ask, well, why, DVG? Why would you do that? Well, take a look at this price action pre-market. Go from 339, pop to 348. What was that? 348.50, right? After hours, consolidate 345. Totally makes sense. Stair step up to 352 in the morning. Consolidate. So you know where your money's at now. They're trying to stair step this thing higher. So if I break 352 to the downside, who knows? Maybe we get 345. I'm not going to wait that long. You know, I'm here to trade it, not to marry it. Good news is the Qs are breaking down now. We are up big now on these put options, y'all. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Traders, as said, the 352.50 will be my stop loss on Tesla. Until then, I'm not coming out.
Vincenzo, Vincent, man. Yep, you're with me on the. Okay, right on. Vite, cool. Vikas, right on. Yeah, like I said though, be careful here. If it could easily snap to the upside, okay? Because you see those stair steps on the way up. That's very bullish. While markets are bullish, while Santa Claus rally, while all the reasons we're saying bullish behavior, right? So if you are going against trend, you definitely have to be cautious on A, where you take partials, B, how comfortable you are with risk. You know, it is dangerous. Tesla's a dangerous stock to play that game with. However, we're watching it all morning. I was rooting for Scott as soon as we bounced off that 353. Gave fair warning, 355.5, right? But from a technical perspective, that stock still wants to move higher. I'm just trying to catch it on the downside that maybe, you know, we get some people scared and 350 becomes a reality, make a few bucks, you know? I'm going to get ready to take a few of these put options off the cues. Let's see if we get a break below the VWAP here on the cues. Watch the SPY here, holding support at the 200 EMA. Glad we paid ourselves, guys, at that 432.5 area on Microsoft. Awesome. Jeez, the cues are super strong today for some reason. Look at that. Santa Claus is coming down.
Wonder if it continues, you know, for at least the week here. We'll see if there's any type of. I don't think there's any major news coming. So a lot of this is you know, done on its own. And Tesla with some great earnings, Tesla with some great news, and the rest of these stocks here, Apple as well, going into the time of the year where stock usually prospers a bunch.
Right on, because cool. I may end up putting the kettle on here in a bit. Make some tea. What does the SPY and the Qs do here? Qs down to 512.5, maybe a bounce off the 200. That's kind of the lower limit of your, or if you're bullish, you'd want to see a bounce there. Oh, you know, 512.40 for sake of argument. However, the SPY breaks basically the close. It'd be kind of problematic for the SPY, which is pretty wild because we're up on the day. You know, but if it moves down 50 cents, 602.5 area, you'd want to see a bounce if you're bullish. And if you're bearish, well, I don't know how deep of a cut that becomes. But clearly there's strength in this market, y'all. Clearly. I mean, heck, we bought Microsoft at what, 424.90? And I was nervous buying it there. Like, oh man, it's buying up near the highs. It was 6 points ago. All right, anything under 353 again on Tesla. Anything under 353, I'm hitting this thing. Getting ready. Also, around the same time I take a partial on Tesla, I'm going to be doing the same thing on the put options here with the Qs. And maybe I get another 80 cents or so on the Qs, right? If it breaks further, great. But I'll be taking some of these put options off here in a moment. Our dollar cost on them right now is $1.53. They're printing $1.80 right now. All right, Scott, give me a sec. I'll be right back. I'm gonna put the kettle on here, get the water going, make it some warm tea. Cold tea is great when you want iced tea, but not when you're trying to drink warm tea. So I'll be
I'm still holding in there with Tesla. I'm just on the verge of coming out of this and possibly calling it a day. I've got 2 winning trades, and then there's Tesla. I've had 2 big winning trades, FSLR and SMC. I wish I would have hung in there with the full move, but Itai, anything over that $39.50 and then the top at $40 would be viable, and you could add over the top here.
Bess was asking about INTC. Trouble with INTC is you're going to get maybe a 50-cent move, maybe a dollar move if you're lucky. It's not a stock I trade very often. I used to actually have it in my portfolio, and for years, I mean, it would move, 2% in a year or something like that. I mean, it was, negligible basically for the longest time, and I just move up and down and sideways. So I kind of stopped paying a ton of attention to it, and I think they lost their chance to compete. Now, is that going to be forever true? I don't know. I mean, the way I see it, Intel chips are in a lot of things. I mean, almost every personal laptop or computer that people have has an Intel chip. Yes, there's AMD chips and NVIDIA chips, etc. But NVIDIA, AMD, they've kind of taken over the enterprise space more so. So does Intel have an opportunity to compete in that space? I don't know. Maybe they do. I think they kind of had their chance and they blew it. But who knows? Maybe this new CEO changes things. So if you're gonna trade it, I would suggest maybe keeping some for a portfolio position if you believe in the company. Just because you might make, I don't know, like I said, 20, 30 cents on the trade. So it's not a huge mover from a trading perspective. So big reason why I don't really watch Intel. Hope that helps. Yeah, I get it, but is that? I mean, I don't know. Okay, cool. You get a bailout. So what does it move your price up $3? Maybe, I don't know. I'm not saying that that's not a terrible return on investment, right? You get a 10% return, but I don't know. You'd have to hold on to that, and you're basically kind of speculating. Do they get bailed out? I know AMD, Taiwan Semi, like a bunch of these companies are trying to build stuff near shore, onshore here in the U.S. And like Intel's obviously been a U.S. company for a long time, but I don't know. Getting bailed out doesn't mean you're making innovative technology. It doesn't mean you're making better chips or new inroads with the likes of SMCI or ASML to build competitive chips that are, you know, multimodal in nature that are able to do, AI workloads, right? I think that's where Intel kind of missed the mark, personally. Cue the disclaimer. What do I know? Who knows? Maybe Intel becomes worth $350 a share. Who knows? It would definitely be more like, at least for me personally, anyway. It'd be more of like a long-term hold because to trade it, you're not gonna. If you buy it for 1,000 shares, you make $100 if it moves 10 cents either way. Like. Hmm. Getting ready to add to Tesla here, guys. If I see a 353, anything under 353, I'm gonna nail it again. Target there will be low of day. Like, I want to see a break below low of day for a second, like half a second, and that's enough for me. I'll get out of the trade. At least three-quarters of it. Rules are rules. It's moving in favor. You got to at least see if you get continuation. Yeah, Vess, exactly. Yep. Not INTC, not a day trade material for me anyway. Like, there's, I'm not here to judge. I'm not here to point. Could be a great stock. Like, I'm not trying to discourage that, right? Like, you know, Intel is kind of like a good, if you're new to trading and stuff, finding these, like, I'd say less expensive stocks, you'd want to find bigger names that are less expensive, like an Intel, right? So I don't want to discourage people like, oh, it's a cheap stock, so no one wants to buy it. Like, no, no, no. That's just not, it's not one that I would trade per se. But it's a good thing to learn from, because if you start learning price action and you look at charting and you're looking at fundamentals and you're looking at, you know what I mean? Like, it's not a bad place to go if you're trying to trade. So I don't want to discourage that. You don't have to go to a $500 stock to be a successful trader. It's not true. There's plenty of traders that trade, less expensive stocks that make a great living. Um, so hopefully that kind of came through as well. We got the ad here on Tesla, guys, so I'm waiting for the breakdown.
SMCI looks like it's going to be good for another round two higher. Just watch it. You were talking about that just a little bit earlier, Itai, and it looks to me like we're going to get that 40. If we get the 40 mark taken out, should scream higher now. And that stock is set up to go back to 50. I think it may take more than just replacing the CFO and having the markers in place to make sure that they're not, trying to cheat the system. So we'll see. But good to be long the stock today, that's for sure. If I can't get Tesla to go here in the next, say, 5 minutes, I'm going to sell it with a loss and call it a day here. 2 winning trades, and then there's Tesla. I had a winning trade on Tesla. Yeah, if I could get 354 out of it, 354 and a half, I'll come out. Either that or I get stopped out here at that 350, 352 even. And if that's the case, then The DVG will be making some coin on this one.
All right, guys, I'm going to probably take a trim here on Tesla. I want to see it break down here. I'm going to give it maybe a minute or two more, but if I don't see it break down here at the low of session, then I will be forced to trim. So we should get the break, but just hoping that maybe this doesn't become a baseline for it. So paying close attention to the price action here, but I really don't want to see as a big spike in volume on the buy side here for Tesla. Okay. I won't be greedy anything in the 351 print. I'll happily take 3/4 off this trade. Might be forced to do that sooner than later, though. We'll see. We should get it. Okay, here we come. Here it comes. There we go. Beautiful break. Love this. Tesla, no partial yet. Oh, sorry about that, Scott. All right. They just took some off Tesla. Hmm.
Okay, traders, that's going to do it for me now. I have got 2 winning trades, 1 losing trade on Tesla, and I'm here to tell you I think Tesla bounces back today at some point in time. We'll check back later on, but yeah, exactly on VES on the Intel trade, not a big enough mover. And I want to key in on something that DVG had said earlier. You know, there's a lot of opportunities here in the market each and every day. There's a lot of different stocks to trade. The problem with it all is that, you know, you're looking for stocks that have good movement. I'm not going to sit here and try to take a trade on a stock. And if you want to pull it up here, let's pull it up. Let's put Intel here, INTC, just to look at it real time. You know, this stock here moves in 20-cent increments. So if you got the breakout here, you've got 30 cents. So you're going to have to increase your share size to the point where it's not, you know, it's sometimes out of your out of round here to take thousands of shares or 1,000 shares to get 20 cents to make 200 bucks. So we're looking for stocks that move, you know, 50 cents, $1 or more, and we get those moves correct, and we've got a good day made. Not only, you know, just taking 3 trades today with a good day, but also taking the right share size. 2 of the trades I added to on the SMCI trade, especially here going forward. And then the Tesla trade was just never able to get into the full share size trade on Tesla, but certainly on the SMCI trade this morning was very nice. And then FSLR for the add to go higher. So I'll leave you with that. I'm finished for my day. 3 trades this morning, 2 winning trades, 1 losing trade. A profitable day on this Monday. I'll see everybody back tomorrow. On Tuesday, We'll get the session started bright and early with Aggie. And listen, if you're a trader out there that does not reside in the US of A, Aggie LaFleur can help you out with a possible account, a funded account. So you'll want to go ahead and email her, message her, and she'll be able to help you out. That's anybody that's not in the US of A. If you're in the US of A, you've got to deal with the brokers here in the market and trade the account from there. So there's Aggie's email from Clifton. And traders, I will see everybody tomorrow. DVG, good hanging out with you today. Good trading, my friend. And I will see you first thing in the morning tomorrow on a Tuesday session. Everybody have a great afternoon. We'll talk to you then.
All right. Scott stepped away there for a bit. See him tomorrow. Guys, just looking more broadly at markets. I'll probably get out of this Tesla trade here in just a moment. We took a nice partial here at the lows of the day. I'm going to leave some on just to see if we get that continuation. I'm keeping an eye on snow. Kev, we were talking about that earlier. I think we were talking about it right at the VWAP, right? 2 points ago. So watching that. CrowdStrike also. Keep an eye on that. Microsoft looking great up here in this 431, 432 area. Don't mind. It's on autopilot at this point. We took partials almost all the way up to near the top, right? 432.5 area. And it was 432.38 was our last partial. So Obviously, Microsoft trade looking great. Looking more broadly, I mean, markets seem pretty strong. Financials today, a little bit of a pullback, a 1% across the board. So names like JP Morgan, Bank of America. A little bit concerning, to be fair. You guys already know the reason why, but we did see a nice push on those names the last few days, so or few sessions, I should say. And then what's kind of surprising is to see what's happening with energy right now. I should say oil, not energy, but so oil pulling back. Gonna keep an eye on it for the next week or so. Two big names. We keep an eye on Exxon and Chevron naturally, and then I'll be keeping an eye on SLB and COP as well. Those of you guys want to follow that oil trade, kind of the names I'll be eyeballing. You know what's interesting, guys? I was talking about FSLR, right? It's kind of like just an ancillary name in like this tech space and or energy play. And I'm super excited. It worked out for Scott. He took the trade, nailed it, made, I don't know, 5-6 points on the dang thing. But that's kind of how it works, though, right? Like that's the beauty of this community. You know, sometimes you guys will post something. I had it up earlier today. What was that stock you guys were all, UMAC? Wasn't that what it was? Yeah. You guys were trading that last, Unusual Machines, right? Because I guess one of the Trump sons or something like that got appointed to the board. You guys were buying that thing at like $9, $8, $9. It's now printing, or at one point today it was at $23. So pretty amazing, this trading community, right? Back to Scott's point and even to Bess's point, like there's plenty of stocks out there to trade. Sometimes people ask, hey, DVG, how come you don't talk about AMC, GME, whatever? I don't really play the meme stocks much, and I call them, that's what everybody calls them, meme stocks. I'm not hating on them. I actually think there's a ton of opportunity. I've traded them, I think, I don't know, a handful of times. And they all kind of worked out, but some people are like, hey, hold it, hold it. And I'm like, I don't do that. But moral of the story is, like, it's hard to see every single stock that's out there. So use tools that are available to you, whether it's screeners or, some members of the community that trade similar to your style or even similar stocks that you like. And there's nothing wrong with that, right? Like, we have traders in here that like to trade stocks under $10, stocks under $20. For me, the big one is volume, because I want to make sure that if I get in and out of position, I mean, obviously you're not going to go wrong if it's a name in the Fortune 100, Fortune 500, because 9 times out of 10, you'll find liquidity in those names. The question is, if you're trading it, will you find that liquidity to get in and out of your positions, like a Tesla, like an Apple, like a NVIDIA? Obviously, those names are what they are because of the level of liquidity and volume that they have going through that stock every single day. But you want to make sure that you're looking at those things to make sure, hey, if I'm going to grab 10,000 shares of a $5 stock, how hard is it to get out of 10,000 shares? Well, if you do a market fill and limits on high, that could benefit you. The reverse is also true, right? So just be careful on some of those things. I've had people that I know that go in similar, I think it was actually the cannabis stocks. I had a friend of mine who's like, oh yeah, I bought 10,000 shares of, I don't know, it was like $1.70 or something like that. And then when he went to fill, almost, I think it was like the same day, like an hour later, he filled like, I think 11 cents below his entry. And it was because he had a huge volume position and there wasn't enough liquidity. So when he hit a market order, it filled, he lost whatever, fill in the blank number. So you just want to be mindful of those things, right? Anyway, I digress. Yeah, exactly this. Yep. I want to say it was a different, I think it was Tilray, maybe. I don't know. It was like $1. And I'm like, You want to get 1,000? Cool. 10,000? I don't know. You know, it's your money, man. Do what you want at the end of the day, right? But it's just things to look out for when you're looking at float and you're looking at liquidity and you look at volume per day, and then more important, you're actually looking at the level 2 to see like where is the money moving in that particular stock. You know, we talk about looking at heat maps to see where money's moving in the markets. You can use level 2s to do something similar on where the money is moving in a particular stock, right? So we could see like what levels are being pushed, like where's the push and the pull on a given stock. So hopefully that helps. All right, Joel. So I'm kind of babysitting positions now. No surprise as we come into like these, you know, lunch sessions are usually slower. So I'll tell you what, I'll give back a couple minutes here if you guys want for questions, rapid fire questions. If you guys want to ask me anything, great. It could be something as simple as like, hey, you know, where's your favorite place to go on vacation? Or it could be, hey, stock level, like let's, you know, technically I could head out. I've got my positions on. You guys know what they are. But yeah, let's open it up for questions. Anything you guys got for me? Don't be shy. Ah, Bess got a question. Why did you pick Tesla short and Scott saw it long? Well, so if you remember around, hold on, let me make sure this is right here. Yes. It was like maybe around, right? Give me a second, guys. My, I don't know why my time keeps resetting to Chicago. Okay, that's what I figured. I knew that was wrong. So around 10:15, I don't know if you remember, Vess. I was watching this 352 to 353 level, and I was like, hey, for those of you guys that have 200 EMA, keep an eye on that. Look at we bounce, we kept bouncing off the 200 EMA, right? As soon as I saw that pop, I was like, well, I can't short it. I can't touch it because now I'm bullish. Right, at that point, Scott earlier in the morning, he was looking at pre-market action and the push higher this morning to 358. Totally makes sense. A little kind of blow off, right, from that momentum early in markets. Trouble I had with it is it was a stair step, right? You move up, consolidate. So 348.50, there's your blow off. Consolidate 345. Then it goes 352.88, blow off, back down to 350, consolidation. And what do we see today? Boom, 358. Move higher, right? And consolidation. Worth noting, 358 is a level that I have marked from previous technical analysis stuff. So I knew 358 was a big level. And after seeing it, you know, pull back, no surprise, because, you know, people were trying to make money. But when I saw it bounce up to 200, like I was actually rooting for Scott on that so that it could continue that move higher. When I saw 357.38 fail, aka 358 fail, right? Started pulling back, consolidating at the VWAP. I was watching that for a short. Now, granted, for me, I was like, hey, I think I'm gonna be short anyways. Let me get in at 356 versus 355. I'd rather get an extra point, aka for a better stop loss. So meaning if it went above 357.50, I'd get out. So I try to get in and around as close as I could. So worst case, I risk a point to the upside, meaning if it went to 357.50, I'm out, right? I think we got in at 356.30, if I'm not mistaken, right? So pretty close, horseshoes and hand grenades. Now that means I'd have to give it, a little extra, $1.20 or whatever, instead of $1. But my goal there was to reduce my risk if there's a blow off to the upside. Okay. But when I was watching that price action at the 200 and that beautiful bounce, and then it gets over the VWAP, that push to 357 should have continued that push through the high of day. Should have. But I was looking at the price action, volume was creeping out or, slowing down because people wanted to buy it around the 352 level. So started a short, saw the breakthrough VWAP, added on the way down, right? And we got a favorable move. Now, granted, do I think it goes to 348 today? It could, right? We're aiming here at the lows, but this feels more like a consolidation in the zone. I mean, we saw what happened as soon as 352 broke, right? It went to 351 right away, and immediately we put in a nice, I would call it, looks like a mini hammer on a 1 minute. I mean, I wouldn't call it a hammer per se, but that feels like it, right? You got a huge bottom wick that just came and, was bought up. So that 352 level is super important on Tesla. And so as a result, like I'm willing to get out of majority of my position, take my profits, and if it continues to break down, great. We got a couple other shares that could benefit from it, but it is favored to the upside, right? It's up 2.3%. So it is favored to continue to move higher, plus all the price action pre-market. The trouble I had is you saw big pop blow off consolidation, big pop blow off consolidation, and then we saw the same thing this morning. So I'm waiting for the consolidation. It looks like 352 is kind of that new level. 352, 353, call it. So hopefully that makes sense. Oh, Ite had the same question. Okay. Did that answer your question, guys, on Tesla? Did it help? Okay. And just worth noting too, right? Like we're day trading these stocks. I'm with HD, it's a little bit of a different position for me on Home Depot. I'm trying to long-term get a swing short on that stock. I could be wrong. Maybe it goes to 432. I know, Paul, you were taking that earlier. Hopefully, again, rule number one, pay yourself first. But I forewarned, hey, this is a longer-term swing for me. So I'm trying, as you guys remember, I'm trying to grow as a trader and get better about swing trades, right? Like I do great in portfolio stuff because you set it, you forget it, you leave it alone, you look at it 5 years from now, and you're like, oh, wow, cool. I made X amount of money on this portfolio or whatever, right? The set it and forget it mentality, every investor should have a version of that. You know what I mean? I'm trying to get better at going, hey, here's kind of a fundamental, macro, and technical view on whether it's a sector, an industry, or stock, and then start a position. And it's different for me because normally I'm like, hey, I'll trade. Here's my targets. Here's my numbers. Here's where I see volume. Here's where I see levels. Boom, hit, get, take, done. Right? Trade's over. But when I'm looking at something that's a swing trade, that could take 3 weeks, could take a month, could take 2 months. I don't know. But I'm trying to get better at that kind of stuff. And then at the same time, mitigate my exposure. But it also means I'm getting smaller sizing. So I'm not going to take HD and short it for, a massive position and then leave myself with a tremendous amount of exposure. But I'm starting to, try it out. Go, hey, look, like, okay, what does 100 shares feel like? What's 150 shares look like? Or, you know what I mean? So these are the kind of things like when I mentioned you guys, it's a swing trade. I don't know if you guys are interested in that swing trade, but Paul, I know you took HD. Maybe if you took it as a day trade, awesome. Hopefully you paid yourself first. Rule number one. For me, I've been holding on to this thing, and unfortunately now I'm like break even. But that's just an example of like I know for me when I say I'm doing a swing trade, it's because I'm trying to improve my skill set as well, right? Like, so hopefully that helps. Let's see. You took your money. Cool, Paul. Glad to hear that, man. Let's see. Ite, sure. I'm not sure if that's okay. Watch the range short top, the range up, put your stops in place. Yeah, so Vess, like the thing for me when I'm looking at actual trades, like you can look at, to your point, longer time frames, depending on what your A, pain tolerance is, B, your sizing. And like, again, we're all different. Like for me on the trade when I took Tesla, I was willing to risk $1 to $1.30 on the trade. Now some people are like, well, what is that in R and this and that, whatever. For me, it's not really R. I'm looking at like if this 352 level breaks, it has a chance to really, really break down to like 348 area, right? Big thing is when your guys are as you're doing technical analysis, you got to understand like, hey, there's moves, there's like breakout moves that go like if you're in the right side of the trade, you're gonna enjoy the ride. You know what I mean? And you don't know where the top's gonna finish. But when you're looking at names like, say, for example, Tesla is it's becoming very, very, very technical as of late. Like even if you watch pre-market action and you see that big pop consolidation, but you're building bull flags along the way, we're seeing that, right? And we know 361.93 was its 12-month high. So we're 8 points away. How many people want to pay top dollar 8 points away? Well, it depends. What's it going to look like at the end of this quarter inside the Qs from an ETF standpoint? Question mark. We don't know, right? Is it going to get better weighting, worse weighting, right? We know that there's an alignment right now with Elon and the new administration. So that's obviously benefited the stock. But, is that people just getting bullish in front of speculation, or is that legitimate that Tesla's going to reap the benefit from that relationship? We don't know yet, right? So, but as you're seeing this, it is getting very technical because this is big money. Like when you see a big pop like that, and then a consolidation, a pop, and a consolidate, that's institutions playing this game, and it's important to watch what they're doing, and they're buying. So, being on the buy side right now, like frankly, I wanted to take my scalp, if you will, for a few points. If you want to get long Tesla, this is probably the area. Now you know where your stop loss is, 352. Just my suggestion. Cue the disclaimer, of course. Meta looking great, by the way. Unbelievable. 577, guys. That was a big level. We opened there at 577 and just ripped. Any other questions, y'all? Don't be shy. Yeah, something worth noting too. I don't know if I want to steal the charts. Do I dare do a big chart session? What do you guys think? Do a quick big chart session? All right. Let's see. I'm going to steal the screen here. All right. Let me know if and when. You guys see that? Should be able to see my screen now. Can you guys see that? Right on. Yeah. Order flow charts. Do you mean like what are they called? Bitmap? Is that what they're called? I mean, the reason I'm going to be changing brokers is I want to be able to see buy and sell imbalances. By the way, the Q's now approaching all-time highs. Oh yeah, you could do that. Those are footprints. You can actually add some here, I think. Let's see if it'll add it. There you go. Yeah, footprints are common. You just how you use them is different. Is this what you're talking about, Vess, where it just kind of shows the volume of buy and sell orders on each level? There's all kinds of stuff that obviously you need to. So when I talk about level 2, this is kind of the similar thing. The difference is level 2 actually breaks this down by, like as an example, we're looking at what meta right now. Let's see. I can see all the volume in and out. So this, as an example, you'll see your buy and sell here, right? This is a trading view, and you can see okay, there's 2.5 thousand shares for sell up here, but 59K in the buy. Yeah, good chance this thing is going to keep moving, right? Buy, sell, buy, sell, buy, sell. Buy is higher than sell, so a good chance we're going to see it move higher. But when I look at, let's say, for example, the level 2, I can see where all the sellers are stacked up. So I can see them right now, they're all stacking up at 92. So you've got 5,000 right now. I'm watching this in real time. Yeah, about 5,800, call it 6,000 shares at 592. You get over 592, watch this thing just take off. So 592, watch this thing. Any moment, they're getting stacked up. Buyers are moving up. This is all real time, right? So difference is here I can see, notice how the sellers are stacking up now. You see that? 11,000 now versus 15,000. So again, every footprint's a little bit different, but again, use what you're comfortable with. Use what you're comfortable with, because you can have 500 tools, but if you don't know how to use them, it doesn't matter, right? It's kind of like, hey, I know construction because I own a bunch of tools, but you don't know how to use them. Well, maybe you don't know construction after all, right? So this right here is called a footprint. You should be able to look at a level 2 and see that order flow. It's very common. Obviously, you need to use that. I use my level 2 every single day. As we're looking at trades, you're asking about Tesla. I was also looking at order flows, watching price action, and the level 2. And oftentimes, what's cool about a level 2 is you can see, let's say, for example, on this, I saw a seller rock up right below 592 and sell. And guess what happened? They took their sell position, right? So it was 5,000 at 592, 5,000, 5,000, 5,000, or 5,000, 6,000, and then we saw 2,500 of those shares drop right here. Out of 14,000 shares, yeah, there's your decision to move slightly lower, because they were either A, trying to get out of the way, or B, hey, we'll do market fill on a short, which if that guy's shorting, he's probably going to get run over. Anyway, hopefully that helps. What was I going to show you? Oh, let's use this as an example since it's up. Go here, go here, go here. So here's a fun one. I think best we were talking about Intel maybe. Let me pull that up too if you want. So if you're day trading a stock, let's just say it's one that you like to trade. So I don't know. Other than Meta, do you guys have a different one you want to pick? Anybody? Microsoft, Tesla, I don't know. Pick one. So I'm not just force feeding this. Anybody? You guys good with Meta? Netflix and Crowd. Okay, so let's use Crowd. Sure. Vincent, you beat Ite. We'll look at Netflix in a minute too. All right. So ignore some of these things. First of all, it looks like an anchor view up. We'll talk about that in a minute. But part of what I wanted to say was actually a lot more simple than that. So if you look at the typical move on a daily basis, notice I'm just picking a random day. This is October 10th. Let's go actually closer to now. Let's see, November 7th. Sure. So here we are, November 7th, daily chart. Bottom of this candle, right? 320. Top of the candle, 333. Let's call it 13 bucks, right? So for sake of argument, I don't normally do this. I'm just showing this to you guys, so makes it easy. So let's just call that day 13 bucks, right? About here, bottom to top, 323, 333, 10 bucks. Okay. So now we can do 10 bucks for this day. Now, obviously, there's ways you can add that move in there. There's different tools for that. Now, if we do this every day, right? So low 331, high 342, great, $12. You guys seeing a pattern here? We're in the game of patterns. Low here, 336, high 343. Okay, it's about seven points. Top and bottom here, about 14 points. You guys seeing a pattern, right? So a typical daily move on crowd from top to bottom is roughly, let's call it 12 points. Is that a fair argument? Would you guys agree with that? Because it could be more, right? So here, 338, we said it was 12 points. So that should put it at what, 350? It got to 354. So, okay, so now you start looking at highlight days. Well, was there any news on that day? We know earnings was on this day. They beat top and bottom. You guys follow what I'm saying here? So if we know the average move, let's just call it $12. Okay, I mean, we can literally average out every one of these days. But if we start looking at this and we go, okay, $12 is kind of the typical move that we can see in this name. And in days like this, before earnings, they're bigger, right? So we notice here, low is call it 358. Add $12, what does that put you at? 370, okay? We got the 372.5. So when you see these types of moves, you know what your kind of expected move is going to be. Well, we had earnings and we saw a pullback, right? And that pullback was 19 points from low to high. It's clearly an outlier, right? Followed by the next day being only a 6-point day. Now, is that a consolidation? Well, that's when you get to start looking at levels. So I forget who it was asking who cares about looking at dailies, blah, blah, blah. Like, why does that matter if we're doing intraday? Well, where do we see, I'm going to ask you guys, where do you guys see is a level of interest where it bottoms out? Does that look about right? Bottom, consolidation, bottom, push, bottom, retest. Right? Make sense? Now this is on a daily. Well, now we know this 336.5 level is a point of interest. Where would be the top of this? Hopefully you guys are following along in your charts, so I'm not just talking to myself here. Where do you think the peak of this would be? Is it here? Maybe throw a number. Can you retest to the highs? Some free education here. So Vincent, you're saying yes, retest to the highs. So you think up here to 377, okay. Anybody else? No wrong answers, guys. It's just kind of curious. Like, where do you think the next level is that we have to go before we see either A, rejection, or B, a breakout? Paul's chiming in, it looks like. Mark as well. Don't be shy. VWAP, okay. I don't have the VWAP set up on this right now, but I can add it. Tay saying hi, okay. So let's throw the VWAP on here. In a second. That's going to have too much stuff on it. There we go. Kind of light. All right. Oh, would you look at that? This is when it gets fun, guys. Actually, hold on. Let's do VWAP. I'm gonna make it. Let's give it a bright color you guys can see. Oh, I'm gonna delete this. Well, how about that? Do you see that? So you see this white line? Anybody remember what that is? Vess, I think you know it, or Vikas. I know Vikas started using it. So Paul, you're looking at 360. Okay, I'll mark that. That's close enough. So this white line that you see here, not the one I just put on, let me get rid of that, is an anchored VWAP. Why would I put the anchored VWAP on there? We had earnings. I want to see what happens. Now I can look at this at 5 minute, I can look at 15 minute, I can look at it on daily. But who was it? Mark? VWAP. So it's at 352.5-ish. Obviously it's going to change as price action moves in and out, right? But 352.5 is where you're going to want to see price at least go and test to the upside. If bulls plan to keep this thing, right? So it actually coincides with two areas now. You got a VWAP there and an anchored VWAP at the same level. So let's call it 353 for sake of argument, like right around this area. Okay. Well, my next concern would be, where's the high here? 359.45. So you guys said, 360. So I'll mark that. Now, if we go here to VWAP, we're going to probably see a little bit of rejection. See buy-in, we'll probably see a push here to 359 and 359.5, maybe 360. But guys, if we start rejecting that level, what does that look like to you? I know Mark for sure will get this one. Anybody? So imagine, let me see if I can get a drawing tool in here. I don't have to talk about this stuff, guys. We could totally be looking for different charts or whatever. But so we go here, we go here, we go here, we go here, we go here. What comes next? Anybody? Don't be shy now, guys. Aha. So what happens at this phase of the head and shoulders? It take 336. Yeah, you got it. But you're probably not going to, again, I'm not trying to invent patterns here because obviously this doesn't have to happen. But, that becomes more of a reality. Head and shoulders. If this plays out. Now, granted, keep in mind, it doesn't have to. This is like days, weeks, months away. I don't know, right? What I'm trying to say is like we're looking at crowd. I was first and foremost trying to look at, okay, what's the typical daily move? You need to know that. 12 points. How many points did we move today? Right? Exactly 12 points. Right? Low of 336, high of 348. I didn't even know that's what it was today. But it's 12 points. So your 12 points are in on the day. So you're going to chop around for the rest of the day, more likely. And if you get a push higher, great. Congratulations, But now 336.5 is where you want to be to buy. If it breaks that level, you're going to want to short for sure. And you want to buy to see if you get a retest up to 360, right? Can you buy in here and start messing around with it? Sure. Then you're going to want to see what it does around 353. But you got to have some risk somewhere. And the question is like, where do you want that risk? Do you want it here near the bottom or here near the top? You tell me, right? If this kind of starting to look like it's forming a hammer, right? Which is nice, but we still have plenty of day left, right? On crowd. I've been watching these stocks, by the way, for what it's worth. Crowd's a name that I mentioned that I was on a watch list this morning because I was looking at this exact setup. And if you notice, my ideal level to buy, see that nice green band there and the yellow line there, and obviously we're way away from that. But this is when, you can see I've been watching this stock for quite a while. But I agree with Mark. If you're trying to go long, your next level needs to be around here at 353 VWAP on a daily. If you're trying to swing trade or if you have a longer duration. Okay. Now, if we peel this back a little bit. So now we know the daily move. Let's look at a 5-minute. Okay. Look at where your anchored VWAP is. That's that white line. See what happened here? Earnings. Get below the line, breaks down. Gets above the line, holds it. Gets below the line, completely breaks down. Consolidate, 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 consolidate. Couldn't get over after all this, fighting. So what did it do? It broke down first thing this morning. Where did it go? You guessed it, 336.53. Once it got to that level, boom, bounced. So if you were shorting this thing as it was falling and you didn't have that level marked like we've had for the last, when we pulled up our daily, we showed exactly where that level was. We nailed it, right? But if you were stuck down here, you get totally run over. Down you go, like you just completely, hey, I'm shorting, I'm adding, and then boom, it bounces off that level. You're like, why did it happen? Well, you're not looking at technicals. Make sense? Does it help? So it'd be like, this is just like we picked a random stock, Okay, Vincent, I think, was the one who dropped it, so thank you for posting that. But like, you got to be paying attention to this stuff, guys, especially if you're trading a stock. So we know now average daily move is 12 bucks. We've got that $12 move in there right now. So does it move higher? I don't think so. Unless you get over this 350 level, then yeah, you're going to probably start moving. You know, what are the Qs doing? What are the SPY doing? What is IGV doing? Right? Because crowd falls into this bucket, right? So you got to kind of pay attention to like the ancillary components that might contribute to why this would move or why it wouldn't. Okay. So does that help? Any questions there? Does that make sense? Are you like, hey, DVG, thanks, but we don't care what you're talking about? I mean, come on. It's important stuff though, y'all. I mean, this is like, otherwise you're throwing darts at a board. You're gambling. You're trying to, what you want to do is optimize your best chance or higher your probability of winning. You know what I mean? And again, I have this level marked here, but technically, what I like to do, if that's an area of interest, for example, right, what I'll do is I'll go in and I will put in something that looks like this. If I was interested in buying, this would be the area I buy. It's green. The opposite is true if I know I want to short it. And granted, it's an example, so don't use these actual numbers. I put a red bar in like that. So if I see price move to me and it gets in this area, I'd want to see some form of, push, 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 breakdown, 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 see some consolidation. Then now I know top end of my risk. And obviously we can make this tighter so it looks a little more like that. But, hey, if it gets above this level, I'm out. If it stays in this band, I'm going to try to short it. You know what I mean? So like you were asking questions about Tesla, you can do the same thing with Tesla today. Yeah, Mark, exactly. Yeah. Hey, hats off to you, Mark. Yeah, for sure. I know you've been doing this a minute. That's why. Just flying a well, Chris. Right on. Green is green. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, no, Mark, I totally agree. But I think it is, excuse me, it's the importance of technical analysis. When you're looking at this stuff, guys, really geek out on it. It helps. It helps. It's not just lines on a chart. To some extent, it feels like that. Like I said, if you're looking at daily, I would say look left. We were talking about certain levels today, right? We're not looking all the way left. There's more over here, right? But for the sake of today's discussion, part of what I wanted to share was like, okay, well, what does this look like, right? Assume that this plays out. Where's the green light? Where's the yellow light? Where's the red light? You know what I mean? Like, where is it? Hey, let's get extra bullish. Let's get extra bearish. Let's, not take the trade. Now you guys have a pretty good understanding, right? If you know this thing moves 12 points in a day and you've hit the top, you've hit the bottom, now you're going to chop around left to right, you're probably going to go sideways. Do you want to take that trade? Yes or no? It's up to you, right? It's your money, do what you want with it. But if it were me, I'm going to go look for something else because that 12 points is already in that trade today, but I'm going to keep an eye on it, right? So anyway. Yep. Amen. Mark, everybody read what Mark just said. Everything we do on an intraday basis comes off the daily chart and its levels. Amen, brother. I remember people were asking like, hey, why do you look at weeklies, monthlies, dailies? Like, who cares? Who cares about that for intraday day trading? It's everything. Because you're actually getting more confirmation on structure than anything else. Like, let's look, what was the other one? We talked about Netflix. That could be a little different because I think it was blowing the top off every single time. So Netflix is a little, it's in breakout territory. It's been in breakout territory. Where's the top? I don't know because people are, Evercore's upgrading it to 950. I mean, everyone's talking 920 now. Like, who knows? I don't know where the top is on this thing. Obviously, this looks incredibly bullish, but where's the top? Is this the top? I don't know. Let's mark it. Keep an eye on it. 908. Does it mean it can't go higher? Of course it can go higher. But this one's tough because it could get over 908 and just rip and just keep going. right? And if you look at the way things are going, everything's streaming, blah, blah, blah. Like Netflix has a real chance of changing how things work. And when they saw Netflix broke over Tyson, I think you guys were here for that. And I was like, look, this could be either a really great thing or a really bad thing. Bad in the sense that they broke, but good in the sense that they had that much volume. They had to break Netflix. Like they're going to fix the problem to handle that scalability and elasticity in their infrastructure, right? And obviously that's what people are thinking. I think that was right around this time. I think around here, boom, takes off. So where's the top? I don't know. This is breakout territory. The question is, do you want to own it at 900 or 898, or do you think you're going to find some sellers like there was here? Well, go back and do the same thing, right? We're seeing typical days, are $15 to $16, and now we're seeing, $40 in a day, almost consistently. Do you want to be part of a 40-point swing to the upside if you're wrong and it goes to the downside? I don't know. What's your risk tolerance? Right? So hopefully that helps. Big picture, best perspective. Of course, yeah. I know, but I remember someone was asking, like, why do you look at dailies and then go into intraday? Because let's use a different example. I don't know. I'm going to use Amazon. Why not? Okay. So Amazon, beautiful structure here. I don't have to go into all the details here and go this far back, but we're in all-time high territory, and we talked about why we would want to do that. When I saw this get projected, this red zone, let me see if I can actually get it to click. Give me a second. There we go. It became a buy zone, and that's exactly what we did the other day. So that said, you can argue now there's a new buy zone up in this region. So you have, push higher. Look at that. Levels marked. We've got pushed higher over here. We're seeing rejection at 212. Okay. Totally makes sense because this was a previous high right here, 212.25. We just breached it today, barely, right? Got over to 213. So now the question is, well, do you think this is going to roll over? Or do you think it's going to break out? Well, you've got essentially 4 points to the upside for this thing to, like, who knows? Where's the top? It'll look like Netflix chart, right? If it gets above this 215.90 area, so it needs to move, call it 5 points, and then you get to enjoy the ride of a lifetime to the upside. Or do you think we're going to start putting in, I wouldn't even call this a head and shoulders. This is kind of an ugly, double top maybe. It doesn't even look like a double. Like there's no structure on that yet. But you could argue, I'm sure if you go to a 5 minute, you can start finding stuff where you see certain levels that become relevant, right? Like right here. What is that level? 210.60. Okay, maybe around 210.60, I'll pay attention to the stock. Maybe to the upside. But look, I pulled a random stock. Right? I was just looking at one that might be kind of in the green today. And, hopefully you guys are doing this. Anyway, hope that helps. I want to give back a few minutes here. Looks like we did get stopped out on our put options of the Qs, which is fine. Also, the short on Tesla, which is fine. We're still in Microsoft. Stop sharing this. Sorry, I'm just listening to some news dropping right now, guys. Give me a sec. Bostic is speaking. Err on the side of being more restrictive. Okay. All right, guys. Well, listen, I'm going to see you guys at the Open tomorrow. Been a wonderful session. No complaints. Green Day is a green day. Keep an eye on Meta, y'all. Unbelievable move on Meta today. Unbelievable. Exactly the level we've been talking about, 577. Tag that level and just, it was like hitting the afterburners. Unbelievable move on Meta. it's worth noting. People are kind of placing their bets of where they're going to see holdings increase or decrease as the Qs get realigned from an ETF perspective, as they do every quarter. So looks like Meta's benefiting from that, Microsoft's benefiting from that, and so is Apple. Tesla, I think, is already kind of baked in, but I'm going to be watching Tesla potentially for selling. So either they get a big like catalyst somehow for like government approval or something, maybe for self-driving or deregulation around insurance stuff. I don't know. That'll push that stock really high. But if they end up reducing the required holding percentage on Tesla, that could pull back a bit. So definitely keep an eye on those things. Anyway, see you guys at the Open tomorrow. Appreciate each and every one of you. Cheers. God bless.